que una buena taza de café llegue a su casa, a su oficina, al restaurante, donde usted lo tome, es importante que sepa que ha pasado por un largo proceso. Este proceso empieza temprano en la mañana con largas jornadas de trabajo, seleccionando las mejores semillas, haciendo los mejores almácigos, haciendo los mejores cortes en el punto justo de su maduración, que tenga el tratamiento oportuno en un beneficiado adecuado, con la más alta norma de higiene, donde usted pueda estar seguro que está tomando el mejor café. Guatemala produce un café de excelente calidad y está demostrado. Lo invito a que conozcamos el proceso para lograr una excelente taza de café. Vamos. Estas semillas han sido seleccionadas en el campo, buscando inicialmente las mejores matas, las mejores variedades, un trabajo que se hace con estricta dedicación por la gente que sabe hacerlo. En estos almácigos se busca también que hayan tierras como las que tiene Guatemala, como las que tiene Palencia, tierras negras, tierras fértiles, tierras que permiten una excelente germinación.
Estamos preparando almácigos con mi papá y con mi tío. Yo soy estudiante de agronomía. Antes hacíamos los procesos de una forma más desordenadamente, ahora lo hacemos técnico, nos estamos preparando. Tenemos buenas humedades para lograr un buen crecimiento de grano y lograr buenas tazas de café. Lograr sabores característicos propietarios de nuestra finca y también lograr así buenas calidades en grano.
Hoy, gracias a Dios, nuestros hijos están teniendo la oportunidad de prepararse académicamente para actualizarse en lo que nosotros, se puede decir que comenzamos haciendo a ciegas, y hoy por hoy ya el café de finca San Patricio de Limón figura en algunas casas comerciales a nivel del mundo.
Lograr un buen café es el resultado también de haber seleccionado las buenas semillas y darles el tratamiento oportuno ya en los almácigos. Estos pilones de café que trasladaremos en la época del invierno al campo han sido trabajados con todo el esmero, con la asesoría también de técnicos especializados en temas de café. Una planta para ser trasladada al campo tiene que tener una estructura foliar suficiente para que tenga un buen desarrollo y pueda asimilar las condiciones naturales como la lluvia, para poder desarrollar todos los procesos naturales, pero también es importante que tenga una estructura radicular que le permita absorber los nutrientes que el campo o que el suelo le proporciona. De la misma manera tendrá que tener los cuidados que permitan que esté libre de plagas o de enfermedades que debiliten o mermen el desarrollo de la planta de café.
Tenemos planes de fertilización de alrededor de 10 meses. Nosotros ponemos a germinar la semilla, esta se lleva alrededor de 45 días y luego de esto pues la trasplantamos al almácigo, que es lo que estamos viendo ahorita. Le damos riegos y fertilizaciones bien definidas. A la altura de 1400 metros tenemos climas bastante selectos, lo cual nos da unas buenas tazas de café. Tenemos manantiales de agua bastante bien protegidos, poniendo plantas que atraen el agua y no la ahuyentan ni se escasea.
Dios nos bendice con abundantes recursos naturales. Uno de ellos es el nacimiento. Como podemos ver, es agua potable y cristalina.
Estos bosques los sembramos con mi papá. Ahora son responsabilidad nuestra y por supuesto de nuestros hijos. Aportan importantes cantidades de oxígeno y son el cobijo de la biodiversidad que compone San Patricio de Limón. En San Patricio de Limón tenemos la abundancia del agua que entra en todas las épocas del año. Eso permite la sostenibilidad ambiental y poder generar condiciones de vida aptas. Con mis hijos encontramos en esto, además de el satisfactor alimenticio, también el placer de generar vida.
Aquí estamos a mediados del invierno. Esta es una nueva etapa en la finca San Patricio de Limón, en donde estamos haciendo nuevas plantillas de café. Este proceso es muy interesante, ya que ponemos a germinar semillas propias de la finca para poder dispersar nuevas plantaciones. La finca San Patricio de Limón también tiene como objetivos vender plantillas de buena calidad y mejorar nuestros tejidos en los campos con mejores plantillas. Año con año sembramos un poco más, también renovamos tejidos, y aquí tenemos ejemplo de unas plantillas excelentes.
El trabajo que estamos heredando a nuestros hijos es la cultura del trabajo, el orgullo que nos da ser caficultores y hacer las cosas bien. Generamos empleo, generamos oportunidad de trabajo, pero el orgullo nuestro es hacerlo en familia.
Las personas nos han respondido de muy buena manera, y más que ser una finca productiva, nuestra finca es humanitaria y ayudamos a las personas en todo lo que podemos. Estas tierras ya están abolladas. El tamaño de nuestro hoyo es de 40 centímetros cúbicos. Para sembrar la mata de café se necesita siempre una planta fornida, una planta sana, con buena radiculación.
Este café tiene el esfuerzo y el trabajo de los caficultores, de pequeños caficultores, que por fin están encontrando el valor agregado que habían esperado para su producción. Este café es el resultado de largas jornadas de trabajo, pero que tiene su mérito, porque el esfuerzo que estamos haciendo está teniendo un valor y una aceptación en el mundo. Lo que se busca en esta operación de café en San Patricio no es solamente el negocio, es buscar la dignificación de la gente, que el trabajo de la gente tenga también una recompensa y un estímulo, porque depende de este trabajo. Este café tiene 15 años de trayectoria que heredamos de nuestro padre, que no solo nos heredó la cultura del trabajo, sino también la herencia de hacer las cosas bien hechas. Para lograr este café,
2021 서울 커피 엑스포 미래 커피
We have
컨퍼런스
the third
오픈
day
넥스트
of
세 번째
the
날에 맞이
Future
열렸습니다.
Coffee Conference
오늘도
Open Next.
코엑스에서 어김없이
today.
인사드립니다. 저는 진행을 맡은
I want
이은남입니다.
to say hello to
반갑습니다.
you. I am MC of this session.
행사 시작 전에 10분
Before
정도
we
영상을
start
시청을 하셨을 텐데요.
At the event, we have 10-minute video clip showed to you. This relates to the first session. It's related to the Guatemalan coffee growing business. The first session will start from 11:10 And the presentation title is Guatemala's 8 regions, coffee aroma and red method. And second session starts from 1:30 after lunch, which is future and today food technology. And the last session is cafes data analysis is the keyword and analysis method for customer data and customer satisfied optimization strategy. So you can choose the session you want to listen to. What is important in coffee is taste and aroma. According to U.S. A specialty coffee association, there are more than 800 taste and aroma for coffee. Coffee makes you really into it because it has really good flavor and taste. So we prepared the first session to suit your needs. Guatemala has 8 regions. Each region in the country has different characteristics and profiles when it comes to coffee. So it's easy. It's helpful for you to understand the Guatemalan market. So let's welcome Ang Gyujin from the Guatemalan Commerce.
네, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은 구아테말라 상공회의소 대표 안규진입니다. 여러분 또 이렇게 귀한 시간에 참석해 주시고 또 이 자리를 빛내주시고
Thank you very much and welcome to all of you who are here in this session.
제가 오늘 여러분께
So today
말씀드리고
I'm going to introduce Guatemala coffee.
커피에는 여러분도
As you all know,
드시고
that the Guatemala coffee has been known very well to Korean consumers.
많은 경험과 또 맛과 향
And
하실 겁니다.
so you have experienced Guatemala coffee, so you know well about the flavor and taste.
가테말라 커피에 대해서
But I would like to bravely tell you that the exact and also very strange,
하고 있는 그런 내용
unfamiliar story about the Guatemala coffee in this session.
준비한 내용은요.
So this is what I prepare for you. First of all, I'm going to explain Guatemala history.
다 믿습니다.
I'm sure that there are many people who know about Guatemala, but I'd like to mention the brief of the history of Guatemala. So Guatemala was inhabited by the Mayan civilization, and in 1523, Spanish invaded the Guatemala. It was conquered by the Spanish, and in 1821,
5월 15일에 독립을 했습니다.
September 15, it
200주년
was independent from the Spain. So this year marks 200 years anniversary of its independence.
그 안티과 이 지금 그
So the Guatemala Antigua, which is a coffee very famous for many people. So I am showing this picture. It's a view of the Antigua. Antigua is very famous.
과테말라의 수도는
Currently, the Guatemala capital is Guatemala City.
이 과테말라
But in the past,
전 수도
Antigua is the former capital city of Guatemala before the Guatemala City.
왜 이전이 됐냐면
So why this kind of the relocation took place?
거기에 화산이 있습니다.
So there was a volcano in Antigua. After the volcano eruption
이 폭발을 하면서 안티구아 시티가 이제
in Antigua, the Antigua was buried at that time. As you well know,
화산이 하게 되면은 화산재가라고 이제
so after volcano eruption, there will be a lot of ashes and also side effects. And the secondary side effects is the water came in, so the city was submerged.
자 그러면은
So that's why the capital city was relocated to Guatemala City. So now I'm going to turn to the history of Guatemala coffee.
수출품이 있는데
There are several export items of Guatemala. Number one is the sugar, and number two is coffee. Third is banana.
여러분도 아시다시피
And as you know,
과테말라 커피의 생산은
the coffee production in Guatemala started from the September
그다음 4월 달까지가
and April.
많이 이제
So
생산을 하고
the total harvest period is between September and April.
나올 때도 있어요. 그런데
Sometimes
그거보다
it's
좀
the
낮아서
coffee producers coming out of September
생산이
as well.
되고요. 커피의 과테말라
And
커피의
also, 50% of Guatemala coffee has been exported to the North America, including US and Canada, and 28%
수출되고 있습니다.
is exported to European countries. So rest of 20 countries, rest of 20 exports has been to Asian countries. The second largest country, the importing country of the coffee in Asia is Korea, and next is Taiwan.
자, 여러분들이
So now
과테말라의
I'm going
커피를
to give you
많이
the detailed information about the coffee. I'm sure that you have been experiencing Guatemalan coffee, but there is certain grade of the Guatemalan coffee that we call the SHB.
과테말라의 커피는 총 7가지의
So I'd like to share the Guatemala coffee grade, which is made up of 7 grades.
즉 해발, 그러니까
So
고도에
this
따라서
grades has been
과테말라
they
커피의
classified according to the altitude where the coffee is grown.
해발 0부터
So from the altitude 0 to 600 above sea level, we call this as a GW, which stand for good wash. That's the first grade, and the one grade, and also from 600 to 700 meter, we call this EGW as extra good washing. And third one is that the 750 to 900 meter, that's a PW in prime wash. And the fourth one is a 900 meter to 1000 meters above the sea level, we call this is EPW, extra prime wash it. And from 1000 to 1200 meters above sea level, we call EPW, extra prime wash it. And from 1000 to 1400, it's a hard bean. It's above 1400 sea level. Above sea level is SHB, strictly hard bean. In particular, the Central America, the coffee grade is classified according to this altitude. That's the information you can become familiar with. And now I'm going to share the coffee varieties in Guatemala. As you know, the original coffee variety of the Guatemala is a typica. So mostly 99% of the coffees are Arabica, but next one is a Robusta, it's a Canafora in Latin. So Typica is a coffee coming from Ethiopia to Guatemala. So, but the fact is that Typica has not been produced much in Guatemala. So you can see the Catura, Catui, Bache Cois, Bourbon, and Pacamara. Those are the varieties as are produced in Guatemala. So if I need to explain more about this, I think I need more time. So one thing that you must be very much interested in is a Bache and Bache Colis. So Bache and Bache Colis are all the only uniquely available in the Guatemala. That's the variants of the Typica. And Bache Colis is there's a natural the cross breeds between Catura and Bache. So you may know all about the natural cross breeds and all the artificial breeds. So when I say artificial, it is made by human. According to the altitude and terrain, humans they created this kind of the artificial breeds, but natural breeds is natural cross breeds is made by the animals such as birds and other the terrestrial animals. And also there is a Robusta, which is called Canepora. It is really difficult to find the Robusta in Guatemala. Actually, Guatemala does not produce the Robusta. If you find the Robusta in Guatemala, sometimes it is way more expensive than the Arabica. So there are the 8 different regions in Guatemala in terms of coffee producing. For example, Cobán, and there is also New Oriente, and also San Marcos, Atitlan, Antigua, Acapenango, Fragenas. All total, 8 regions are producing coffee. And also we can classify coffee varieties from Guatemala according to these regions. So there are 8 regions in Guatemala. Overall, Guatemala coffee is produced in the shade ground way. So I'm sure that some of you know well about the shade ground. So when I say the shade ground is normally is grown on method for banana and avocado. So with this shade, coffee trees are growing under them. Why is a banana or avocado? Because their leaves is very wide, so they create a certain shade against sunlight. So that you can have the favorable shade where coffee trees can grow very well. But as I told you before, this shade is protecting the coffee tree against a strong sunlight, and also it is protecting against the strong wind. So out of the 8 regions, I'm going to introduce traditional Atitlan. Let me explain about this region. Atitlan is located near the lake. So in this lake Atitlan, you can see that the Bourbon, Typica, Catura, Catuai varieties are growing. I just little bit mention about the quality of Typica. Out of these 8 regions, Atitlan is the only region to produce Typica. Other regions are not producing Typica. Of course, there were some small farms to produce Typica with a little bit of production volume, but Atitlan is the region to uniquely produce Typica. So if you kind of import the typical coffee beans from Guatemala other than Atitlan, I really want you to think about the origin and also with caution. And it's very aromatic, and when produced the coffee beans from here, this here is very aromatic and also pronounced citric acidity and full-bodied. So this has this unique the taste, and also it tastes very attractive. In particular, so when you go to the Lake Atitlan in Guatemala, you will see the beautiful mountain, and all this here and this the valley, there are the farms producing coffee beans. So what are the characteristics of this region? So only the afternoon there will be a wind forming in the Lake Atitlan. This wind from Lake Atitlan can affect the farms, coffee farms of those areas. So during the day, there is a strong sunlight, but with this wind from the Lake Atitlan, you will enjoy the cool weather. So people there call this wind Sokobili. So that's a very unique, the natural and climate phenomena that you can pay attention to. And also there are inspectors who inspect the coffee farms according to region. Here in this traditional Atitlan, there is a region leader called Nancy Cadenas. So this person is in charge of this region. For example, if our Guatemala Chamber of Commerce in Korea needs to know some of the quality of the coffee beans in Guatemala, this person is going to take responsibility to inspect the certain farms there. Second reason is the Otenango. So we call this as a highland Otenango. Why is that? I think that you know what about the expression highland. So Otenango is very close to the Mexico. Highland means that it's the highest altitude in the area. Guatemala City is located 1,500 meters above the sea level, and also the 2,000 is also spanned 2,000 meters above the sea level. And you can see that there is a grain varieties including bourbon, Caturra, Catuay. And here in this region has an intense and pleasant acidity with the winey notes. So I know that there are variety of the acidities, strong and medium and weakest acidity. I believe the acidity is the most important flavor or taste in the coffee. So when you have a coffee, many people do not want to have a strong acidity taste in coffee. And so when we are roasting, we little bit depress the acidity taste during the roasting. So when you go to the farm, here there's an Inhampu farm. In those areas, these coffee farms always rank number one in terms of quality of coffee. There are two associations in the world to assess and evaluate the coffee quality, which are the SCA and CA. So these associations ranked the quality of this coffee from this region with a high regard. And the third reason is the New Oriente.
New Oriente는요, 사실은 아마 여러분들 거의 처음 아마 들어보셨지 않을까
assume that you heard this region for the first time. So this region is located 1,300 to 1,700 meters above sea level. In fact, in this region, it is difficult to grow coffee according to the nature, the conditions, and also the region itself is very much dilapidated. So here you can see that small coffee farms.
뉴 오리엔트라는 커피를 한국에서 드셔본 적이 거의 없을 거예요.
I think that there are rarely not many people taste New Oriental coffee in Korea, but our Chamber of Commerce have chance to provide this taste of coffee. And also we have a region leader here in New Oriente. His name is Carlos Mendez. Is a very well experienced coffee inspector for about 40 years.
안티과에 대해서 나오겠지만
So
여기는
I will later explain about the Antigua coffee, but here the coffee from the New Oriente has a coffee flavor.
커피 중에서 가장 그 특별한 것 중에 어떠한 맛이
The
초콜릿이지 않습니까? 그렇죠?
The
근데 여기는
most
특별하게
important or unique taste of Guatemala coffee is the dark chocolate. So here, the coffee from New Oriente has very special chocolate flavor. Next one is
프라이에네스
Brahines
플레다오라고
Pledao.
하는 것인데 이 프라이에네스는
Here in this region
시티와
is
좀 그러니까 근처에 있는
is very close to the Guatemala city, the capital city of Guatemala, located in the southern part of the country.
제가 알기로는
As far as I understand, Fraijenes
1987년도에
is
과테말라를
the place.
넘어가서 지금 이제 커피를 좀
Let me give you more explanation.
프라이에네스에서
I
나오는
went to Guatemala in
사실
1987,
한국에서 제가 본 적이
and I have
없어요.
never experienced the Fraijenes coffee here in Korea. I came back to Korea in 2009.
프라이에네스, 안티구아,
Actually,
아카테낭고가 사실은
Fraijenes, Antigua, and
이렇게
Tetenango,
근처에 있는
these three regions are very much close to the capital city.
그 다음에 이제 안티구아에 대해서 설명을 하겠지만
And later I'm going to give you more explanation about the Antigua coffee. But this Fraijenes coffee beans are almost close to Antigua coffee. I mean the taste and flavor.
자, 그다음에 이제 여기는 이제 주로 버번.
So here, the grain varieties of coffee beans are Bourbon, Caturra, Catuay, and Pete. And what about the main characteristics of coffee? It has the acidity. I told you about this acidity in coffee taste. In my experiences,
커피는 뜨거웠을 때 드신 맛과
so the coffee taste when it is hot and
차갑게 드셨던
that
맛이
in the cold state should be consistent. That's my personal argument, personal thinking.
저는 이제 이거를 블렌딩을 말씀드리는 게 아니에요.
I'm not talking about the
단종을 말씀드리는
blend. I'm talking about the single origin.
여기서는 아주 독특하게
And
참 일반적으로 뭐
taste
아시다시피
of the coffee beans from the Fraijenes is very unique.
커피 아메리카노를 한
Normally, people drink cup of coffee, hot coffee, at the temperature of 82 degrees Celsius, I guess. But after 1 or 2 hours later, when it is cooled down, the taste between the hot temperature and the less hotter temperature should be consistent and should be a little bit the same. I know that there are people who have a different idea, but in my personal experience, that is the one good important factor element in the coffee. But so here in this coffee from this region has this consistent taste, and also there is a volcano and volcanic ash and soil, and also high altitude, and also plenty of rain.
특이한 현상을 제가
And
말씀을 좀 드리고 싶으면요.
those are the good elements to produce a good
일반적으로 아침
coffee
일찍
beans.
안개와
And
이슬이
also at the dawn, early in the morning,
있는
there are a lot of
지역입니다. 이 지역이요.
fog
그래서 이 지역은 일반적으로 강수량이 많고
in this region. So you can see that this region has a high
아주 그냥 아주 뭐랄까
plenty of rain
아주
and
따갑게 햇빛이 들어옵니다.
strong sunlight.
그래서 그 커피의 그 콩이 그 아주
So under this
차가웠다가 뜨거워졌다가
temperature
차가웠다가
or
뜨거워졌다가 이런 거를
climate,
반복하기 때문에
the coffee beans are exposed to the extreme weather conditions, which result in the high quality coffee beans. And the person in charge of this region for inspection is Carla Lux. Now,
아마 가장
I'm going to turn to the next region. most of you are interested in the Antigua coffee.
이 안티구아는요. 여기 보시면은
So here I am showing the photo of the Antigua, and this photo you can see the mountain. This mountain, in volcanic mountain, is called the Hogwa.
잠깐 말씀을 드렸듯이 이 안티구아라는
As I just told you before,
전 예전 수도입니다.
it's the former capital city of Guatemala. Before Guatemala City, there was a volcanic eruption in the past. So it's not the the volcanic mountain right now, but after the volcanic eruption in the past,
다시 생긴 곳입니다. 이 안티구아.
this city was submerged and also destroyed, but it is now recovered. So here you can see that areas are formed and residential areas are formed surrounding the mountain. So normally when it's said, talk about the Antigua coffee, it is a smoke coffee. So the coffee farms are just close to the volcanic mountain. That's why it has certain smoke flavor.
네, 그리고 커피 노트는 제가 말씀드렸듯이 여기는 달콤함과
And coffee note of Antigua coffee is the particularly sweet smell and the smoke flavor.
안티구아가 있고 특히 여기서도
In
이제
particular,
초콜릿 맛이
dark chocolate taste
그러니까 여기
is very
보시면
strong in this coffee.
어떤 일반적인 어떤 그 설탕 맛의 어떤 그런 게 아니고
It's not
초콜릿에
the
해당하는
sweetness
그런,
in sugar, rather sweetness in a chocolate. So please imagine how how unique the flavor will be. So here in this region we have an inspector. She is a Nancy Cardenas. So one more thing I'd like to talk about the Guatemala coffee is that I previously this is there is a Hogwa volcanic mountain, but in the Guatemala Antigua region there are total of 3 volcanic mountains which are surrounding. First one is Huogo. In Korean, it means fire. And also there's another volcanic mountain called Pacaya. And also Apaconango, which is the last volcanic mountain in this region. So 3 volcanic mountains are surrounding this Antigua region. So you can imagine. So the volcanic eruption is taking place from time to time. I mean, it's not very often. So after eruption, there's a smoke coming out, and also smoke. The volcanic ashes are coming out from this mountain. So the farms there will experience those kind of the climate conditions throughout the year. So soil there will be very much smoky. So imagine how it is, and there is no other place like this in the world. So in 1986, I heard that Pacaya volcano was erupted, and the volcanic ashes coming into came to the cities. It's about 30 to 50 kilometers away from the volcanic mountain, but the volcanic ashes just covered the Guatemala City from this volcanic eruption. But the next day, I look at the depth of the volcanic ash. It's not a lie. It's about 2 centimeters high. Volcanic ashes covered all these areas. So the airport, the operation was suspended, and also stations were they closed at the time. So next, I'm going to introduce rainforest Gobang. Gobang is a region filled with trees and also a lot of water. Here in this region,
뭐라 그럴까 이 화산 수목
Let me tell you
나무와
about the
물이
characteristics.
풍부한 곳입니다.
So it's
제가
Koban is cloudy, rainy, and cool all year long, and also
앞에 한
with it
군데를 제가 말씀드렸는데 각
the
지역마다
rich in the
가장
resources.
중요한 게
But each region, I think one of the important factor is that weather, and next one is that the rain
여기서는
falls.
아주 풍부하고
So here in this region, rich rainfalls, and
500m
also it is located 1,300 to 1,500 meters above sea level.
물이 부족하다고
So the
생각을
Guatemala
하실지
city
모르겠습니다만요.
is
그렇지 않아요.
located more than 1,400 meters above the sea level. So you just think that there are not much water, but it is not true. Guatemala has a lot of rainfall, so that's why the coffee bean processing in the region is washed because of the rich water.
여기에 조금 보시게 되면은
And when you look at
보니까
this,
이게 이제 사실
you can see that
무지개잖아요.
is beautiful
왜 이런
rainforest.
이름을 지었느냐?
And also here
이쪽
you can see
지역만,
the
이
rainbow.
지역만요.
Why we call this
거의 매일은 아닌데
Koban region
뭐 일주일에 한 서너 번은
has
무지개가 항상 오후에
rainbows
이렇게 나옵니다.
3 times a week,
이
3 days a
지역을
week
레인포레스트
in the afternoon.
포레스트라고 이렇게 명명을
So
한
that's
거예요.
why
그래서
we call
그냥
this as a
오늘
rainforest
참고로
Koban and rainbow area.
커핑 노트를 볼까요?
Let me give you the copy profile of this
밸런스드
region.
바디.
It's a
굉장히
balanced
밸런스가
body.
굉장히 좋은 거예요. 여러분들 커핑을 하셨던 분들은
So
밸런스에 대해서
I understand that those who do coughing know well about their balance. The coffee taste is not lopsided to the one's
밸런스가 잘 나와 있다.
flavor.
물론 바디감하고는 살짝
So
좀
it
틀리죠.
is a little
바디감은
bit different
조금
from the
무게감이
bodyiness.
그렇죠?
Bodyiness
그래서
meaning
full
that
body,
it is a weight.
heavy body
You feel certain weight.
그다음에
So there is a full body and heavy body. But when I say the
일반적으로
balanced body,
어떤
it is
어떤 커피를 한번 드셨을 때
when you taste
신지
coffee,
않는
it is
그런
not
밸런스가 나왔다라는 커피에 대한
lopsided to
커피라는
the
거를
one
여러분들
flavor.
아마 잘 아시고
That's
계실 것
the
같습니다.
balanced flavor.
자,
Now I'm going to turn to the next one. It's a volcanic San Marcos.
일곱 번째입니다.
That's the seventh region I'm going to introduce.
이쪽 지역은
So here in this region,
무슨 특이한 현상이
there are
있냐면요.
very unique phenomena I'd like to introduce.
지역이 1300에서
So this
1800m 고도의
region is located 1,300 to 1,800 meters above sea level, and the grain varieties include bourbon, caturra, and catuai.
두 가지 특성이 있어요.
But there are two unique characteristics in this region. It's the hottest region in Guatemala,
굉장히 덥습니다.
though it is very
다른 겁니다.
high, located in very high altitude.
강수량이
And second is
많습니다.
that it has a lot of rainfall.
매년
So about reaching up to the 5,000 millimeter per year.
과테말라는 조금 전에도 제가 말씀드렸죠. 예, 숲이 많은 곳이고.
So Guatemala is the filled with a lot of forest and a rich rainfall.
이 지역은요.
But this region
너무 풍부하기 때문에
has more water than any other region in Guatemala.
커피 재배를 했었을 때 커피 맛이
So coffee taste from this region is uniquely different from others. So when you look at the coffee note here, you can see that there is acidity and good body.
사실 뭐 영어로 이렇게 적혀 있지만은
So it's translated in English,
무게감이라고
good body,
꾸아르코
which is translated in the cuerpo in Spanish. So I would like to say this is a kind of contour and type of the coffee. And also for me, personally, I would like to explain good body in this way. So comfortableness. I mean, you feel very comfortable while you are tasting this kind of coffee. I'm sure that individuals have a different idea and feeling about the coffee taste. But for me, when I say that coffee taste is good body, it means that it gives you certain comfort.
우리 세뇨리타
And the
플로
inspector here
여자분
is a Senorita Rosales, a female inspector in charge.
자, 이제 총 8개 지역 중에서
So out of
마지막
8 regions,
아카테낭고
I'm going to introduce Acatenango Valley.
아카테낭고는 저는 개인적으로 사실은 안티구아 커피보다는
So
아카테낭고와
personally, I prefer the Acatenango
조금 전에 말씀드린
to
프라이에스의 커피를
Antigua.
많이 추천을
Acatenango and Frias to Antigua. Why I'm recommending those two much?
그 특성, 그 맛에 굉장히 잘 익숙해져 있는
Because
그 지역이라고 저는
the taste from these two regions, taste of coffees from these two regions is very much fitting for Korean taste. So this region is located 2,000 meters above sea level. I talked about the coffee grades, 7 grades. So if coffee beans is growing 1,400 meters above, we call it as SHB, strictly harbin. But here in this region is 2,000 meters above. So all the coffees from this region is not commercial. Normally it's a SHB or HB.
그래서 저는 이 지역의 콩을 저희 같은 경우는 이제 산타로사라는 어떤 그런 이제 농장주하고 이제 같이 이렇게
Formerly, in our Chamber of Commerce has been business with the specific farm in this region.
조금 전에는 굿바디라고 제가 말씀드렸죠.
So the characteristic of this coffee beans from here, we call it as a clean body. Previously, I talked about the good body, but this one is a clean body, and also it has a consistent flavor and acidity, and also it is pretty much balanced.
왜 그러면은 아카테낭고를 추천을 하느냐?
So why I am recommending Acatenango than the Antigua? So with for this reason, I would like to explain through this map. This is a map of Guatemala.
여기가 이제 멕시코거든요.
So here you can see the north side is Mexico, and just below the Mexico you will see the Guatemala, and next to the Guatemala there is Honduras, and also next to the Guatemala there is El Salvador.
아카테낭고 여기는요.
So Acatenango is located
사실은 우리가 태백 산맥이 우리 있잖아요.
is
그게
close to the mountain.
미주와 중남미는요.
And
캐나다부터 시작을 해서
so North America and Central America are connected to each other through
멕시코,
Sierra.
과테말라, 온두라스 이렇게 지나가는 큰 맥을 이루는 산맥을
So the Sierra mountain chain is going throughout the North America to the Honduras and also Guatemala. So based on this the mountain chain, you can see the Atlantic and the Pacific oceans, and these two oceans are creating certain wind. These winds are going through this Guatemala region, particularly Acatenango. So this Acatenango region is enjoying the winds coming from both oceans.
아까 기억하실는지 모르겠습니다만은 아티틀랑이라는
I
곳에서는
briefly talked about the coffee from Atitlan.
호수에서 행성이 돼서
And why is it? Because wind is forming
영향을 미친다고 제가
in the
말씀드렸습니다.
lake. So this wind affects the coffee taste.
생성이 커피가 재배를 하면서
So when you are
매우 중요한,
producing
물론 강수량도
coffee,
중요하고
it is
햇빛도 중요하고
really important
하지만
to have a
이
certain
바람의
proper
영향을
wind
따라서
influence.
커피의 맛과 향이
Depending on the
매우
wind
다릅니다.
impact, the coffee taste and flavor can be changed.
여러분들 커피 체리를 보셨을 때
So when you look at the coffee cherry, I mean, when you open the coffee cherry, you will see the green bean.
그 생두를 로스팅을 해서
So after
맛을
roasting
봤을
this
때는
green bean, you will taste it.
제가 느낀 경험으로는요.
So it's according to my
오른쪽에는
experience.
약간 신맛이 나오고
So when you roast it, you will have a different tastes. Right side is the sweet taste, and left side in chocolate taste, along with the very attracting flavor. So you have two different tastes of coffee after roasting. So due to the wind impact, this coffee will give you two different tastes. So sometimes you feel that due to these two different tastes, it is not much balance. But I think it's a misunderstanding. I think you need to go deeper about the coffee taste, so that you can find that it doesn't mean that the balance is not there. So as I think I dig into too deep, so I'm going to stop here and then continue to explain. So why I am introducing Guatemala coffee to all of you with a detailed information. Why is that? So because it has the special acidity. So every coffee has acidity, and acidity is important the flavor. I told you that there is a good acidity and bad acidity. Every coffee contains acidity, taste. There is a coffee that does not have acidity. That's a Robusta. However, Arabica has acidity taste 100%. Though you cannot taste strongly, you cannot feel strongly. Maybe there are several elements that affect the depressed acidity, maybe roasting. So what I want to tell you is the Guatemalan coffee has acidity taste 100%. Some people just think that why this coffee is too acid, sour. Maybe these people are very much sensitive to acidity, which does not mean that it is good or bad. Every coffee has an acidity taste. In particular, Guatemala coffee has a strong acidity. The second thing is that Guatemala coffee has a consistent body. So I told you that the specialty coffee and good coffee has this bodyiness, which means that the taste between the hot condition and cold condition is the same. That's what I said as a consistent bodiness. And also third, the characteristic is a defined flavor, and last one is the strong smell. So depending on the roasting, I mean whether it is a full city or city, you have a different smell, flavor. But anyhow, in general, Guatemalan coffee has a strong smell. So let me give you my personal opinions about the coffee. In a Guatemalan coffee, when you are looking for the quality coffee, maybe you might say that you want to have a specialty coffee of Guatemala at the cafe. But I would like you to have or know about the specialty coffee. So the specialty coffee definition of a specialty coffee in Guatemala is SHB. So specialty coffee that you normally have is different when you think about the Guatemala coffee. because in Guatemala coffee,
품질이 적용된다고
depending on the altitude of the coffee growing region,
뭐 다른
the
곳의
grade
커피에
is
대해서는 제가 뭐 노코멘트를 하겠습니다.
decided in a Guatemalan coffee.
그 1400m
So SHB, the strictly Harbin, which is growing 1400 meter above the sea level, we call this as a specialty coffee. Of course, there must be other requirements. For example, coffee beans from the smaller farms,
농장을 하시는 분들이
if
이름을 걸고
they put their name on that coffee and in the region,
정성을 들여서
and with a lot of efforts,
커핑 노트가 88, 92
so coffee note is at 88 or 92, so they decided that it is a specialty coffee. I acknowledge it, but you purchase SHB of Guatemala coffee and roast it,
물론 다른 여러분들 생각이 있을 거라고 저는
you say that this is commercial, but that's not the case. I mean, that is a specialty coffee.
저는
So,
과테말라에서 배웠고 과테말라에서
I want you to know that I learned about coffee from Guatemala. That's the only experience that I have.
개념 같은 게 저는 인터넷에 어떻게 나와 있는지
I'm not sure whether the specialty coffee concept is defined in the internet or other search engine or people's experience.
사실 이 자리에 계시는 분들만이라도
There are many people who have their own the definition about the specialty coffee of Guatemala in their own story, but I want to, but the audience here should have a certain concept of a specialty coffee of Guatemala, that is the SHB in the region. You know that coffee is your favorite drink, so which means that individual person have their own the preference. But I should tell you that the Guatemalan coffees are classified according to the 8 different regions.
어떤 커피가 좀 다르다라는 거를 이렇게
This classification is providing and the certain characteristics of the coffee beans. That's all I shared with you to this session.
시간이 좀 넘은 것 같아서
So since we are running out of time, I would like to mention one thing before it ends. So one thing is,
수입을 하실 때
when you are importing Guatemalan coffee,
보유 번호가 항상
you need to
들어가 있습니다.
check to confirm the unique and importing number.
확인하세요.
So please
과테말라
make sure the Guatemalan coffee has this unique number. Every coffee has their own number. So that's how Guatemalan government is controlling their the exporting coffee beans.
그리고 네, 시간이 좀 다 돼서 제가 이렇게 좀 짧게나마 여러분들한테 귀한 시간.
So I'd like to wrap up my presentation, though it was a very short time. I hope that the information included in the presentation will be helpful to you. And also, I am expecting more opportunity to share information about Guatemala coffee. But though we don't have much time, I'm going to receive questions. If there is no question, I'm going to just close this presentation. In order to grace this event, we have representative from Guatemala. Let me close this session. Thank you very much. So Guatemala coffee will have an assignment of a unique code. So I fully understand. Thank you very much for your useful information. So I'm going to briefly introduce an important person from the Guatemala, director of the Guatemala Chamber of Commerce in Korea. He is David Juarez, Mr. David Juarez. Let me introduce him on the stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
안녕하십니까? 저는 다비드 후아레스입니다.
Good morning. My name is David Juarez. I am Guatemalan.
한국말 공부해요.
I am learning Korean these days. I believe the Korean language is very much interesting but difficult.
지금부터 스페인어로
So from now on, I'm going to speak Spanish.
Bueno, muchas gracias ante todo, sobre todo al señor An por la magnífica exposición que ha hecho de las 8 regiones de Guatemala, en la cual nosotros queremos sobre todo compartir nuestra historia, compartir las raíces comunes de tener una tradición milenaria, tanto Corea como Guatemala, y una de esas maneras es a través del café, de tal manera que nosotros disfrutamos que en cada momento que en Corea se bebe una taza de café, pues Guatemala está presente y se hace nuevamente esa mezcla de tradiciones milenarias de la cultura coreana con la guatemalteca. De tal manera que para nosotros es un gran placer el poder compartir todo lo nuestro a través de una taza de café y esperamos que lo disfruten como nosotros disfrutamos la tradición coreana. Muchas gracias.
Due to time restraint, I'm going to share a little bit of message. Thank you very much for attending this session. And as I told you before, I hope you to know more about the Guatemalan coffee. After then, promote the taste of Guatemalan coffee to the people surrounding you. And also, our Chamber of Commerce is dealing with other items from Guatemala. But for coffee, we are putting a lot of efforts on promoting the coffee, Guatemala coffee. So in order to provide more information or support, our Chamber of Commerce is available. Please contact us. Feel free to contact us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please give the applause to these 2 gentlemen. Thank you very much. So when you drink coffee, the acidity taste is very strong sometimes. So I understand that the coffees are from the Guatemala. That was very interesting fact that I learned. So next session is going to start at 1:30 and the topic is about the food tax present and the future. So please enjoy the exhibition. After 1 hour, we're going to have a session. So during this 1 hour, please enjoy the exhibition booths available in this hall and come back to our second session. Thank you very much.
2021 서울 커피 엑스포
We
관람객 여러분들
have
즐거운
the
시간 보내고
Coffee
계신가요?
Expo Seoul
벌써
2021.
두
Are you
번째
enjoying your
세션을
time
소개할
here?
차례입니다.
So we have the
바로
session 2
어제였죠. 어제 첫 번째
starting
세션 기억을
soon.
하실 텐데요.
I think you
로봇
remember
바리스타에 대해서
robot
만나봤습니다.
barista covered at the first
생소했던
session
테크놀로지에
of
한
today,
걸음 가까운
yesterday
시간이었는데요.
schedule.
그런데 어제는
It was
테크놀로지에 대한
unfamiliar
설명이었다면
subject,
오늘은
yet
본론으로
very
이야기할 수
interesting
있을
one.
것 같습니다.
But today, we will have the same lounge lab coming to introduce the present and future of food tech. So, Hwang Sung-jae, CEO of Lounge Lab, will present on the growth potential of food tech. Please welcome with a big hand.
네, 반갑습니다.
Great to see you.
수백 명이 계시네요. 네.
We have
순간인 것 같은데요.
tens of people here. Anyway, we have a close-knit ambience here. I'm Hwang Sung-jae, CEO of Lounge Lab. Great to see you.
오늘 주제는
The topic I'm gonna talk about is the present and future of food tech. Looks and vision subject
테크라는 새로운
is a combination of food and technology. So you have the robotics and untapped technologies, and there are various new attempts tried in Korea. But in Silicon Valley in the US, this attempt has been widely made there as well.
대규모로 이제 좀 전달해 드리고자
So
이 자리에 섰고요.
I am here to give you an overall picture of the future tech. So I am going to give you some cases that focus on the robot automation. Let me introduce myself. I'm a coffee aficionado and I studied robotics and engineering. I sold the startup and I wanted to start the coffee shop. And I don't have much experience at the time in coffee. So I had never had experience of starting a coffee business. So I wanted to use my robotics science expertise to use the coffee shop. And my coffee business has expanded and become the Lounge Lab. We have 8 stores and ground banner and Lounge Y, and we are making a lot of new attempts. And I think we'll become more established next year. Okay, that's about me. I sold a company called Flanty to Samsung Electronics, an AI company. I want to apply the AI technology to the F&B. There are concerns about my attempts, and there are challenges and difficulties and uncertainties. But please look at me as if I'm making new attempts. And we have the cafe where we have the robot and people working together. And we have Lounge Legs outlet in Gangnam. We had many challenges in the beginning. The robots we used went wrong sometimes. And often the robots could not produce the quality we wanted. So we had 1 year of trial and error, even though we did 48 updates, even though we didn't disclose this figure outside. Now this robotic service level has come to a good quality level now. Our booth is right outside, and this robot goes into a truck, coffee truck. And hand-drip robot is the first one we invented. Roaster and barista, when we interview them, so there is many repetitive work. So we want a robot to do more than just have the coffee delivered to the coffee machine. So I think the robot cafe has become a genre by itself now. So the quality produced, coffee quality produced by this robot is as good as the one made by a human barista. Now we use geisha or premium coffee beans to be used for this robot barista. It's sold at 8,000 or 9,000 a cup of coffee, a premium coffee. Now this robot barista contributes to almost 30% of our bottom line. We believe this is a hypothesis testing, and we did continuous testing, and we have 8 stores have this robot, and we had unmanned store like Amazon. Using the camera, we analyzed the customer shopping behavior, and we display customers' preference on the screen. And this is what we call grab and go. And this technology is being applied in our store. LoungeX hypothesis is somewhat proven now and is being widely applied and rolled out. Coffee, I believe, is not just consumed based on chemical reaction. We believe service quality matters, and one of service quality is determined by the space. And this is why we opened this LoungeX in Soje, in old terrace-looking coffee shop, and this is the coffee shop where young people usually frequent. And on the 19th floor of front one, we have a cafe of LoungeX, and we have a hand-read robot, which is design is somewhat different. But our robot can produce coffee in 2 minutes, which is slower than person. So we believe it is important that we improve the speed of the robot. And one of the inventions to solve this problem is hand brew. And we have a hand brew and have some variations to it and mix the coffee. One of the characteristics of this robot barista is that this robot is operated after 2 p.m. after people, the barista leave work for the work and life balance. And this barista sells around robot barista 200 and 300 cups a day. And we believe this robot is used for the hand robot as well. And we have the delivery robot like for Coupang Eats or Woomin Brothers. If 3 people order, for example, and they're waiting for the order to arrive, and the robot can get confused to which food goes to which person. And we have this barista has a stressful making a delivery. So we develop this robot delivery, and this has been in operation since last month. So the robot does the delivery, and it delivers coffee. And the delivery is done in the can ceiling So we do the sealing of the cold brew and make the delivery, and we put the sticker on the cylinder, and the user have the iced cup and put this cold brew once it's being delivered to that person. And now this robot can do the packaging and deliver 24/7. And unmanned cafes' biggest challenge is that they use a small crushed ice, and it doesn't make sense because it melts too fast. It melts in 2 or 3 minutes. So I came up with the ideas of putting bigger cubed ice, and we have a lounge express which will be unveiled soon, and I hope that you'll be interested in it too. And this is another robot used in this new office building of Doosan. Almost 5,000 people work here. And we have Lounge X in Tucson. Is the only in-house, in-building cafe there. Even if we have many, the staff there are too many employees to serve. So we had this robot to handle this work, and working together with 30-year experienced barista, we developed this Baris Esso, which is an espresso making robot. And when you go to the sushi shop, you have the railing of the sushi dishes, and the robot, once the plate is empty, it fills sushi on the empty plate. And the same the methodology works here. So when there is 10 glasses and there's an empty glasses, this robot fills the coffee inside the cup, empty cup. I think variation, and we use the variation for the Americano, and this technology is incomplete for now, but still is being used here. The menu is the menu for children. It was lacking, so we developed a brown banana, which is an ice cream making robot. And you can see that they use the cell phone to make the order, and the ice cream in the capsule. Robot moves that capsule to the presser and press to have the ice cream out from the container. And after if you want to have the right shape of the ice cream, you have to abandon almost like 4 ice creams to get the one perfect one, shaped one. And if you search a brown banana in the YouTube, I think you can watch this video clip. We have 4 such machines operating at brown banana. So it seems like the robot is motioning slowly, and they put with the sensor, they do the topping on top of the ice cream, and they set the ice cream. The robot sets the ice cream to fit the individual need of customer. And so you can see that this robot makes the customized ice cream. And usually this robot actually runs almost like 4 times the speed as shown here. And we do the loading, and we have the contents based customization of ice cream here. I think the essence of the F&B is to most specialty coffee. I went to learn about the special coffee by drinking 5 cups a day of special coffee. Is that the drinking coffee is one thing, but the space ambience matters a lot. And I think the ambience of the space also determines the taste of coffee. So I think this is a very interesting attempt. So we work together with the electronic car of Hyundai Motors, and we had the Lounge X there. And for the Grand Walker Hill Hotel, we have a Lounge X, and we collaborated with Porsche, the car maker. Yeah, and also there are other makers that we work together that we could not reveal their name at this point. Robot automation, I believe automation, I think have ensured us to reach the break-even point and translate it into sales. But that was not the case for many coffee makers. For example, Hollis, the coffee brand franchise, was not so successful or having the robot automation. Then the Blue Bottle's capitalization or the value worth was 1 trillion when it was acquired by Nestle. And I think that robot automation, I think, will add value for us, and will add our value as well. And Coupang X is also selling our Lounge X coffee. So I hope that you drink one and order one from Coupang X. Robert is working and still making coffee right now. And we have the data on how much in the coffee how many cups of coffee made by Barry's, our robot, and how many hours this robot worked. Through IT, we believe that coffee service is being improved. So coffee has to be delicious. That's the essence and the key to coffee shop and coffee. And Lounge X rating in the order service is very high. It's 5.0. We want to break the prejudice that robot-made coffee is not so delicious. So we don't believe that robot automation of the coffee would not be 100% for all coffees. I think the rate will be 10%. But I think that the coffee made by coffee would account for 5 to 10% of all coffees made in Korea or sold outside in Korea. And you believe, and 364 cups a year were consumed by per capita in Korea. And Korea is very strong in coffee and strong coffee drinker country. And we import the coffee bean abroad, but robot coffee area, Korea is having an edge over other countries. For example, the I or C, the number one player, are trying to collaborate with us, and also company S are working together closely with us. And the reason why they're interested in a small company like us in Korea is because of the robot automation. So I believe robot automation will be the future trend going forward. Okay, moving on away from our Lounge Lab story, now I'm going to talk about food tech. I'm going to show you several video clips. As for the, this was a last mile delivery involving robot delivering the food to the customers. The Hyundai Motors and Kia Motors started this kind of service, and also the Starship Technologies is a startup service which provides the robot delivery in the university campus. And this company is called Brigo. It doesn't use the collaborative robot like us, but it has a robot automation machine, as you can see in here. It was acquired by Costa 4 months ago, and many of such unmanned machines are installed at Costa outlets in the States. Costa Coffee is number one player, almost 2 players in the U.S. It has around $700 billion worth of sales. And Starbucks, as you know, is the number one player in the coffee market in the U.S. And there is another company I would like to introduce. It's a company called Chobotics. This company was recently acquired 3 months ago, by Forbissing. Forbissing is like a Woomin Brothers in Korea. It's a big food delivery service. And this Chobotics is a fresh, delicious meal making machine company, automation company. Another company I would like to talk about is Spice. This company is a manned salad making service for food delivery. So it has its own recipe, and people ask for their own recipe and make this salad based on the recipe they want. So everything is the unmanned service, and this is on unmanned service. This is a hygienic service, and this machine can be introduced and used by the beginner. This company is called Piestro. This Piestro is a automatic pizza maker company. And this is a unmanned service, food making service, cooking service. So every pizza making process is automated, as you can see here. This company is called Creator. It's a startup company. This doesn't taste that good, but still it makes the burger like this. Robot makes the the burger like in the mass production. Another company I'd like to talk about is Dishcraft. This company do the dishwork, And I think for the hotelier business and catering business, I think this technology would work well for them. And through the robot, it does the automatic dishwashing. This company, Truebird, is a European company. So robot is hidden underneath, and it moves around. It makes coffee and delivers coffee to the customer. Is somewhat at a level of vending machine, but I think its technology will evolve to the level of being the coffee made by a person. This is a company called Hai from China. It's a big food company there. There was an issue of using a rotted food ingredient. And this food rotting, and the food went bad because there was human hands touching the food ingredients. So in order to prevent this issue, they had this automation by machine. So this robot is run on algorithm, and this algorithm also is used to run this restaurant. This company, another company I would like to introduce is Blended. This Blended coffee, Blended makes a customized fruit-based juice, fresh juice. It ensures equal quality of fresh juice being served to the person who ordered juice from here. There is an attack and criticism that robot automation takes away the jobs from people, but you know, but it's very difficult to hire people these days in the coffee shop. And that is because NZ generation, young people, are wanting to have a meaningful job. And the job at the cafe is not believed to be meaningful for them. So, and I think many of the jobs they do not do will be now covered by robot, and robot automation market I think would grow as much as a result. And Korea is facing a rapid aging in the population. So and the MZ generation or young generation, they don't want to work in the coffee. So there's a much possibility of room for automation in the coffee field coffee industry as a result. And it's a little bit scary to say this, but the robot cost is declining. The robot arms is 2,000 per arm, but some Chinese one robot arm is $900. Our system we we is not that expensive. We believe the robot price would further go down as time goes by. So many repetitive and tedious work will be handled by robot automation. We work together with Porsche, as I mentioned before. We used our robot, was used in that collaboration. And the Asia Pacific head of the Porsche said our Baris is very good. And he told me that when you go to a car showroom, the coffee is served by a young, beautiful lady. But this doesn't suit our generation now. If someone who's not a man or woman or a human being and served by a robot, I think this, if it feels uncomfortable and unfamiliar, but I think as time goes by, I think this becomes the norm, and you don't feel unfamiliarity at all. So the service will change with the time as a result. And when the robot service becomes the norm and popularized, then I think robot automation I think is the way to go. And I think that will happen in the future. So we have to have a robot automation. And this ensures the operational efficiency, and also it improves the hygienic matters. And Tesla is preparing the drive-through service, and drive-through service people has a difficulty because as there's a shield in the car, it's not easy to deliver the food to them, to the customers. So rather than people doing the job, I think the robot handling the drive-through work will be a better approach, and robot will be used for the drive-through way more widely than now. And the food tech, I think the keyword for that is the personalized curation, snack 24, fresh food and fresh plating are the startups that provides the customized food service. And also, there is an individualization of curation service in the food and beverage service. So I think I think there are three or more individualized curation business, like in in a food business, like in a vitamin business, like Monolith or Ame, or they provide a vitamin that is customized to the consumers by making a survey on a potential customer. And food printer is also being commercialized. And this food printer even prints meat loaf. And there are certain restaurants in non-Korean countries serving food printed meals. And Lounge Lane X is making a personalization our service, and we have developed the personalized contents. And for example, Geisha, we have the contents developed and customized, and we developed a contest called the flower drawing algorithm. And for the Geisha coffee, we have a flower-shaped hand drip. And this kind of algorithm ensures us to have equal quality coffee served. Now, I'm going to move on to the next trend of food tech is brand collaboration. And I think this is widely happening this collaboration is happening widely in the food and F&B business. And the collaboration is happening between partners that you could not imagine or seemingly matching before. For example, Fritz is working together with Galaxy Note, and Kompyo Makgeolli, the linker, is working with the coffee company. So many collaborations are happening with non-F&B business players, and we are preparing a collaboration with the many non-F&B players. And I think, collaboration with these ones, we don't see coffee as just the coffee or food, but as a content. Then, in that sense, collaboration with non-F&B is meaningful. Another trend is vegan and ESG. Just App and Beyond Beat are they are working together with they are vegan food providers, and they're working together with fast food players like McDonald's. Korea is not as advanced to this kind of trend when compared to other countries, but as with the COVID-19, there's a concern of too much food waste and packaging turning into waste. So we have changed our packaging to a more environmentally friendly one, recycled one. When I met with Justin Weston, he said that if you look at this, Justin, he's the CEO of this Just company, and the egg is contained in this bottle. And I believe that if Just becomes widely available, our next generation may not see the actual egg and have this kind of plant-based food instead of egg. Now, and also there's a lot of interest in the environment. There's a paper-based bottle from Coca-Cola, and coffee making produces a lot of carbon emissions. So because of this reason, there are many plant-based coffee making attempts. One of the Silicon Valley startups, it has a molecular coffee and use plant-based ingredients on Earth, and he used the molecular method to produce the coffee with a similar taste like the conventional coffee brands we see in the market. We are preparing this plant-based coffee as well. And one of the startups in Korea are producing use the barley to produce coffee like a taste, and this is targeting those who can't drink coffee, like pregnant women. As the coffee demand has grown so much that the coffee supply could not catch up, so the coffee price would go up, is what people are expecting and anticipating. So if the price and also if the coffee demand goes up, we cannot ensure the quality. So that's why we have to make up for that gap in the taste by using robot automation. And underdeveloped countries are usually producing coffee. So plant-based coffee is an interesting attempt to make up for this the shortfall or the short supply of coffee. This company called Atomo invented molecular coffee. It used the molecular structure to produce coffee. It used the husk of the grains to produce this, coffee, and it invented powder-based coffee and used the dripping technique to produce coffee, together with food engineering department of Ewha University. We are also working on developing a molecular coffee, and we successfully found the molecular structure that would work for our coffee, and we are planning to apply that here. They use the caffeine or cherry flavor, like coffee. And one interesting thing about this kind of coffee is that you can customize the coffee to the needs of its consumers. So I'm introducing this to show you that this kind of new attempts has been made now. So I believe that this various actions and attempts would change the landscape of coffee industry. The fourth trend I would like to talk about in food tech is a home meal replacement, or simple meal or meal kit. The similar trend is also observed in food industry or coffee industry. We have cold brew and easy to drip once use the coffee that could be used only once. So the meal kit market is growing very fast, and one of such players that's growing very fast is Prestige. Its size is about 71.2 billion. So what is I question myself when I looked at this trend is, what is the meal kit equivalent in the coffee industry? So we are trying to make a kind of a similar meal kit, like in a coffee kit, where you can easily make coffee, taste as good as what you get at the coffee shop. So we are trying to find out what is the real coffee version of HMO. People don't want to drink coffee in the office, but they go outside to buy the coffee because that tastes better. So we are trying to find such a meal kit coffee that has a taste as good as the coffee you buy. And the meal kit is that, for example, if you make the food, you don't want to cook, and also there's a loss of food ingredients, food materials, and there's a risk of failing the food. But if you rely on delivery, it's a commercial taste, and there is too garbage produced, and also there's a risk of making a failed wrong order. So meal kit is somewhere in between, and I believe this coffee equivalent of this kind of meal kit. So the essence is meal kit a sustainable market? The essence of meal kit has to be tasty, and we believe that this meal kit will grow based on the brand. And it will expand from B2C to B2B, and I think it is expanding from offline and unmanned markets. And I think the similar trend will be observed for the coffee market. And B2B is if you go to a franchise, restaurants there serve the milk kit to serve the equal quality of food. So this shows that the B2B market is also growing as much as the B2C. So I believe that the HF and milk kit companies are preparing B2B companies. For example, for the chicken, they are automating a chicken making process and making the black bean noodle automatically made. So we have been asked by the catering business to help them with our robot automation technology. So that was the fifth trend of food tech, and the sixth and last trend is the mobility. You may question, what does mobility has to do with this? So you know that car has changed a lot. We have an electric car, and I think there will be an autonomous vehicle coming out soon. And the future of the unmanned vehicle is a restaurant. Tesla, I have Tesla car myself. I don't drive much, and when I drive, when Tesla car, I eat a lot. In the past, when you charge the electric car, you have to stop at a recharging station for 50 minutes to get fully recharged. So having a catering business at this recharging station would a very good business opportunity, and that's why Tesla is interested. And you may imagine that while you're recharging your electric car, that it would be good that someone would deliver food for you while you're waiting for your car to be fully fueled. And Tesla is interested in having this unmanned drive-through. So when the car is being recharged, and when you order the food, then robot brings the food that you ordered, and you can wait for your car to be recharged while you're enjoying the food that was brought to you. And compared to the DT, the sales or revenue is almost 4 times. But drive-through takes too much space. So only those with the capital power and money can have the drive-through charging station, food order service. So what we can think of is that Lounge X drive-through at the entrance of the apartment complex. And this is the plan we have. I think this is applicable in the future. And have the robot pickup service then. Okay, let me summarize. As this is about food tech, I introduced you 6 keywords or trends of food tech. I also introduced you some of the visions of these leaders in this business. So the trend we see these days is that there is a personalization and halal food and meal kit and mobility and robot automation and ESG and brand collaboration. And what is interesting here is that all these trends are being converging with each other. For example, the robot automation is being combined with the meal kits. And also this make it when you have the QR code for the machine, then robot can understand the right on the recipe for the food and make the food as being demanded in the standards. And also we can, through this kind of approach, we can have a drive-through food order service at a recharging station. 안 들려.
받아보면 재미가 없잖아요. 도서랑 같이 책이랑 같이 이제 받아보는 서비스들도 많이 만들어지고 있고 의류랑 같이 콜라보해서 정신 부족하는 서비스들도 만들어지고 있습니다. 그래서 이런 것들이 이제 가장 큰 트렌드의 형태이고 이런 시도들을 이해하면서
So I think understanding this trend will give you a better picture of future of your business. Thank you. So mobility seems to me a very new concept and something a very fresh approach. I think you're very good at visualizing during your presentation, and having the drink and coffee at the drive-through will be very pleasing to imagine. Any question? I think there is no question. You can ask any question to me. If there is no question, then we will finish it from here. So we covered food tech with Hwang Sung-jae. It is an ambitious concept, yet I think this is unavoidable. I think the presentation itself would give you a better understanding of how future would unfold for the coffee industry. Thank you. So if you're interested in lounge, the lounge X, you can go to 311 booth and have the coffee served by robot barista. We have Jung Gi-bum from Crazy Brew will have the last session presentation. He's gonna present on the analysis of customer data and optimization strategy to suit the need of the customer based on that data. And I think that is useful content for you, for your business. Thank you.
미래 커피 컨퍼런스
오픈 넥스트 마지막 세션입니다.
So today's last session of Future Coffee Conference Open Next is going to start. The coffee owners put a lot of efforts on the taste and the price of coffee, but the answer to the success of your coffee business lies with the big data.
분석 방법과 고객 맞춤 최적화 전략에
So
대해서
we prepare the key to your success, which is the customer data analysis method and the customer's optimization strategy. So we prepare this lecture. So President Jeon Gi-hyung from Crazy Coffee Group is going to start his lecture. Please welcome him.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeon Gi-hyung, the CEO of Crazy Coffee Group. It's been quite a long time since I attended this kind of conference.
부스로 참가하려고 했다가
So our company was supposed to attend this
많이 캔슬이 됐죠.
exhibition hall with a booth, but many companies canceled their participation in this expo.
이렇게 정보를 얻어가려고
And also I can see that some people are here to get some information about their business. So my lecture is all about the information and data. So today's conference is a future coffee conference, Open Next. I believe that many cafes are not keeping up with the trend, such as technology trend of the data. Why is that? Because cafe is run by the self-build business owners, so they are very much vulnerable to the impact of the data. But they are not able to get the right information for the success of their business. That's very unfortunate. So Robot Barista is also the one that you can see that there are active markets available, but still we can see that many cafe owners are running a very traditional way. So I believe there are a lot of plenty of information that cafe owners can make the best use of, but it is not used very much. And data can be used in our marketing. Also, data analysis created a very important data that you can tap on to make your business success. So it's very simple. So actually, things that applied in a cafe is very massive and vast data is available out in the market. But it is not complicating data. It's just one-dimensional data. So some people said that this data is too simple, but it's not. If you look at this data, you might think that you just were not able to consume or use this data so far. So when it comes to DB marketing or database marketing, most people think that it is for the larger company. Larger companies hiring the programmers and engineers to do the marketing in various ways. And also others said that DB marketing is too difficult. It's too difficult, so how I can make the best use of it? So we don't have any programmers or the technicians to do that. And also when they heard some of the programs regarding the TV marketing, they said it is too expensive. So this lecture is for the cafe owners and business people, and also this lecture is broadcasted live. I believe that you are here since you have a high level of knowledge and awareness regarding this trend. So those audience listening to the YouTube, please you can start with the beginning. So I'd like to give you the information step by step, starting from the basic. And also this lecture is only 1 hour span long, so I'm going to make it very simple and briefly. So you heard a lot about data. So in particular, since several years ago, big data has become a buzzword. In when you watch it, the TV program or documentary program, you heard that the big data is worth a big amount of money. So first of all, we need to know about data. Data is very simple. So here you are sitting in this hall. We have a man, woman, and a man with a mask and man without mask. And the data that you just can see through the observation, that's the data. Things that you can see and find out without any specific purpose. It's a raw thing. So that's the data. So all this data should be collected as much as possible. That's a very important factor in the DB marketing. So you need to understand data first. Let me take an example. So when you look at the customers coming into the cafe, you can see you can figure out the patterns of the customer. How many owners of the cafe or future owners or the barista? Please raise your hand. Yes, we have one cafe owner. So even though you are not running a cafe, you can also become a customer. So cafe owner can figure out their customers. This person is a teenager, and this person is a woman, and this person comes to my cafe at 12 o'clock or early in the morning. So those are the data that you need to look into. So what is the database? So now we are looking at the information about DB. So a database is a set of a structured set of data. So simply the men, women, 20s and 30s, those data is collected in one place. And so the company and a cafe owner will look at the data and then see how they are going to deal with is a collection. That's a database. So from here, you can find also important thing. So you just observe the data and then collect the data. So you need to get a certain insight from this data or database, how you can process this data in database. And just things you can see, how you can make the best use of as a information, systematically organizing this and then make a result. That's the information. And as a result, we can provide a DB marketing. So let me look at the DB marketing. The database marketing is for you to look at the personal information and purchasing information of the customers. And I say the personal information is whether it is a man or a woman or in 20s and 30s and coming into early in the morning and late in the evening or order the Americano, other things. That's the information you get about the customer. And also this person prefer the sweet, the beverage. That kind of personal information is combined with a consumption information. So this combination creates a certain significance, which is very useful for the cafe owners. By using this customer information, you can find certain tailored the treatment to the customers. That's a database or DB marketing. You have seen this kind of things a lot. When you look at coupon, you see the same thing happen. When you purchase one thing, for example, you purchase coffee bean, you search coffee bean and the coupon, and then after then, whenever you access this coupon, you will see the coffee bean, the list that you can buy. That is the advanced marketing that is applied in many websites. So cafe owners think that it is only for IT companies, and that is something they cannot access. They feel that it is too difficult to handle. But it is not. It's very simple. Those who are doing very well in their business, they have their own database, actually, even though it is not exactly existing as a database. So now, there's one important thing I would like to share with you. So in the DB marketing, there is one big important element. I think this is a key issue in your running business. What it is? That is this.
고객 데이터는 도대체
How
어떻게
you can collect the data, customer data.
기본적으로 손님이 오는 거예요.
So basically, you welcome your customers,
손님을 바탕으로 아까
and based on your customers, you are doing certain observation. These observations create certain data or database.
그걸 어떻게 수집하는
So how you can collect this kind of data?
사장님들이 이런 DB 마케팅을 못한 이유는 이런
The company owners fail to do that because they do not collect or store this DB systematically.
말씀드린 이 손님이 있으면
So
50대 남자
one customer, 20s, male, those kind of information should be collected and stored systematically. Why? You never remember everything permanently. So that's why we need a collecting process and storing process. But there are some people who did well, who have this kind of collected information very well for a long time. Why is that? Because they have a certain system. They did like this. So this is how they did. This is what we have done in our store. So 2014 and 2015, we did this. And before this TV marketing, there were the old traditional marketing strategies, as you can see. But still, this marketing strategy is available. I do not say it is bad or poor. So when you go to a restaurant, you also write certain do the kind of the promotional events. You enjoy those kind of emotional events by putting your business card into the pot in the restaurant. So that's a sort of a way for business owners to do certain the database collecting or database marketing. After then, there should be a certain follow-ups. So those who are doing the business very well, they are kind of collecting or storing a database systematically. So wait a minute.
죄송합니다. 지금 녹음하고 있는데 녹음이 하나도 안 돼갖고요.
I'm sorry, I was recording my voice, but I failed to press the button. I'm so sorry. So it didn't record at all. So sometimes the business card collection event is not going to be made. Which kind of business cannot do this? Yeah, that's the college campus store, shops and the restaurants in the college campus, and also the residential area, because college students are not carrying their business around with them. And also business card collection events is always available in the office, business sector, business, the neighborhood. So name, contact, address or number, and also event consent. So marketing event consent. Those are the kind of essential requirements for this promotional event. So without any consent of the customers, you cannot collect the information. And also the storage period is limited to 1 year. So this is how you can collect the customer information. And here there's an interesting thing. Please look at this. First thing and second case are different. The first one, you can see that the winner of the event. So sometimes you might wonder whether there are actually the prizes available or just insider trading, meaning that they already selected person and do not give any gifts to the random customers. So you may suspect that, but this kind of monthly event showing the list of names who received the prize kind of remove your the concern or suspicion. So that's how they can collect or maintain their regulars. So here we have a Excel sheet. So this is to show how we can collect the customer data in an Excel file. So here you can see that the list of the people who received the prize and also date and also contact number. Since I am a former marketer in the big company, so I'm very much interested in the collecting data like this one. So when you look at this, the Excel file in a sheet, September 2014, you can see the number of people and the name of the people and their contact number, and then later combine, integrate all this data later. It's a very simple way for you to collect and store and systematically manage the customer data. Or after all of this data will be collected later, you will integrate them and then find there is an overlapped people, overlapped contact number, meaning that these are the kind of genuine regulars to visit your store. So there are various programs that allow you to do it automatically. But if you do not use those kind of programs, you can stick to the traditional way. So why I am talking about this? Because you don't have to purchase the advanced program at a higher price, because there is a simple tool available. You don't have to pay much. Let me show you one thing here. So like this kind of case event. So only you don't have to spend a lot of money for this kind of event. Just printing out the papers and then provide this with the people. And through this, you can just collect a lot of data. Sometimes it is end up at a very quality data. And there are a lot of applications available that can be also used to collect and store the data for your business. Even though there are things comes in handy, many business owners stick to the traditional way. For example, stamp coupon. Many cafes are using the stamp coupon. So you collect a defined number of coupons, you will get the free Americano, something like that. But I think that kind of the traditional way can be converted into the online, the digitalized, so that you can maintain the data very well. But even this simple way has not been adopted or introduced by many cafe owners. I'm wondering how cafe owners are running their business without using this tool. Just having a lot of customers and having customers happy is the one they can do. They need to manage their the customers. So one thing that you need to do is that you need to let your regulars and you need to let the customers visit your cafe and make them regulars. So you need to make an advanced stage with this kind of data management, customer data management. So here, Crazy as well. It's not a cafe, but even though it's a website, you need to create a passionate users who will visit your website frequently. So if you collect all the data like this way, you will have the regular users. Sometimes you find that the customers who visit your cafe 10 and 11 times. If you believe that the customers are really valuable, I think you need to have a promotional event and have this customers win prize so that you can reward the genuine and true customers. Yes, there's a random recommendation function in the program, but at the same time, promotion event is all about managing your regulars and pricing or rewarding your regular customers. So this is how you can manage the regular customers. And also there is a problem with the time. How much time you have, and after closing the store, you don't have time to enter or manage the information. Here is 137 people. So how you can manage this kind of a file?
되게 간편하게. 근데 저거는 자기 이름 쓰고 주소 쓰고 이메일까지 쓰고
we need to have a very simple tool to make this data entered and easily. So, but customers are kind of providing this information by pressing the buttons like this. So if the customers are willing to provide those kind of information, they must be a very good and regular customers to you. Because it is kind of removing the difficult and simple labor work. So here we prize the people with the different gifts and different events, and also sometimes we provide a beverage set gift. So for customers, the variety of prizes also gives a lot of joy. But anyhow, the process itself is very much cumbersome for many customers. Some customers do not like to bring the stamp coupon. For me, I do not bring the wallet, so I don't have any space to put those kind of stamp coupon. I just bring the mobile phone. Everything is inside this mobile phone, even the credit card, so I do not use cash much. So in this era, if you want your customers to use a stamp coupon, it's kind of outdated. So that's why there is a very important program. It's a point program. Don't worry, this is not a advertisement. Just I capture the usage of this kind of tool. I do not use this company's device. I just randomly choose one of the products that use point program. So even in this point program, there are winners and also losers. So this point program just for many business owners, cafe owners, think that it is only the point stores, but it's not. So this points program providers are receiving a lot of investment because these point programs accumulated a lot of data, very precious data. So for example, so it's a 10 times visit. After then you get the reward. That's the point program. Starbucks frequency, I believe that 12 or 20. So there is a number of the visits or number of beverage you have. So this will give you certain reward or the fee, the beverage, but also that has something to do with the data, meaning that how often you visit, or so you can also create a certain customer section, and so certain customer visit too often and other customers visit less often. So you can just classify your customers according to this point. So based on your customer's grade, which is directly linked to point, you can also have a differentiated treatment. That is not just happening in the cafe, but also in many other stores like hair shops. So as you can see, that point program is providing the precious data about your customer. It's way better than the stamp coupon. So I searched about this program, and there were numerous programs available. For example, through the email, I received a lot of DM, and when I look at them, every week
많이 날라옵니다.
new companies are coming in.
뭐 이렇게 많이 물어보실 거 아니에요. 그죠? 그러면 분명히 조심해야 될 게 있겠죠.
So, but there are many programs, so you need to have a certain caution when you use this program. So what is the caution?
생각을 하잖아요.
Oh, it's a good thing so you can use, but that's not the case. For example,
현실적인 문제가 있습니다.
there is a very unrealistic issue.
보통 이런 걸 보고 유튜브 각이라고 그러죠.
So there is a very realistic issue that you need to consider if when you introduce this kind of program. First of all, if you're running program, you need to know whether this program is interchangeable with your posts. If it is not interchangeable or interoperable, you never use the program. So sometimes this program only requires a certain device.
그래서 그쪽 포스를 무조건 써야 된대요.
So if you purchase the program but it is not interchangeable with your post, in that case you need to purchase new post. You already have a post and then open the cafe. In that case, changing post is not very much reasonable and economical.
절대 못 바꿔요. 그래서 계약하시기 전에 무조건
So before you sign a contract about this program, please figure out whether this program is interchangeable with your existing machine. And also you need to know whether this new point program is easy and user-friendly and also elaborated. Because you want to kind of accumulate the points in this program, but at the same time you want to know the precious customer data in an easy and convenient way. Even though many people, many companies are bragging about their programs, which is very convenient and easy, but when you actually starting to use it, you will see it is difficult and the data is not distinguishable in your view. So you need to find out whether the new program is simple and elaborated and easy to use. And also, sometimes the point program requires your monthly fee. So monthly subscription is about not just using this program, but also about the management data. And Kakao Plus and text message is related to the program. Most of this program is related to the text message, but text message is not free. So sometimes there is a unlimited text messaging. In that case, you don't have to pay, but this kind of point program should be paid because of this internet system. Sometimes monthly fee includes message transmission fee. And also other programs at that, with the monthly fee and subscription, you can pay the 31 per message, something like that. So before you sign a contract, you need to know the monthly fee and also whether monthly fee and monthly services include the transmission cost. So also if you send 300 messages, 1,000 messages, cost will be different. So everything is included in the monthly fee. It would be nice. You don't have to worry about the number of messages you will send. But if it is not the case, you need to figure out how many messages you can send per the monthly subscription. And fourth thing is about the loading data. So all the loading data was supposed to belong to the program providers. It's very funny because the data is entered at your store, but this data belongs to the program company. It's my cafe and my customer, but you do not own this data and you cannot use this data. How come this happened? And also, accordingly, replacement of program is likely to make you lose your customer data. So when one a cafe owner wants to change the program, but find out that all the data available in the program is going to be removed. In that case, you need to start all over again. That's too expensive and too big loss. And for us, when we do this, when we select this kind of program, we very much focus on the data transfer, and also data transfer is pretty much an important part in the negotiation of the program vendors. And also we put that the additional phrases and the contract, the data transfer is a must after the termination of the contract. So I would like to emphasize that this one is important. Data does not belong to you, and also data transfer is really important. So you need to make sure that data transfer is made, even if you change the program. And also, the customer data is not available for you to see or make the best use of. So raw data that you cannot see, but transfer due to the program change can be make sure when you make a contract in a very detailed way. So last thing I want to make sure is that, yes, the point program is good and nice, but what happened, this program vendor disappear or go bankrupt. I put this very important. Many IT companies and startups are presenting this kind of items. So when I purchase this and use this, that's good. But this startup just go bankrupt because of their operating loss or poor the business. What will happen? Can I take an example? That's a Cyword. Cyword is a really nice, but the company of the company which runs Cyword disappear, so that you cannot get any information available in the Cyword. So the data that you accumulate with a lot of efforts will be lost if the program vendor disappears. So when you consider the purchase and subscribe to the point programs, please consider those elements, those advice. So my company has been running a business with the company which is running the post, because it is very much interchangeable and also interchangeable with our existing kiosk. And also this company is very established in the market, so there is no worry that this company might go bankrupt. And also data transfer, we already make sure in the contract negotiation. So when I heard that this kind of big company is also doing or agreeing, making an agreement with the small cafe owners, small owners. So I think there is a chance for you to have a business with this kind of vendor. And so I'm going to show you how to use this kind of points program. The points program is different from company to company, but I want you to know the key facts about this program. So here, this program, can you see that? This is a program that our company, Crazy Coffee, is using. When you enter the first page, you will see the customer data, how many customers, and also how many customers leave our cafe. Those are the data that you can see. And also there's a point. Each customer accumulates, but I don't think you can clearly see in this slide. When you look at the first slide, first page, you will see the search duration, inquiry duration. So maybe from this point to for 1 month, and also the visit frequency. So you can search how many days this customer visit the cafe can be also searched. So for 3 months, 3 times this customer visit, or sometimes it's 2 times a day or 3 times a day.
단순한 데이터잖아요.
It's a very simple data. This customer visit your cafe twice a day. From this data, what kind of insight you can draw? Meaning that it is a loyal customer, but also living nearby or living near neighborhood.
절대 아니라는 거예요.
So which means that this customer is not a one-time user. These customers can come frequently because they live near here.
그리고 잠시 뜸한 사람들.
And also,
그래서 지금
so
보면
you can see that this customer can come your cafe frequently, but not often that you expected. In that case, you can address more and target more in a promotional event. And also, you can see the price that the customer purchase, whether this customer pay or purchase the high-end products or low-end products. And also, sometimes you get the insight about the customer, whether this customer is purchasing the beverage for him or herself or for a group of people. So, how these points make a certain significance. So, one person has a higher points, meaning that this person placed an order for a lot of people, group order. So in that case, we can create a certain package. Maybe the more this customer purchase, the better or larger the price they can get. So after obtaining this information, how you can reflect this information in your business strategy. What's the meaning of this data? Interpreting data from what you collect, that is a very important part in the database marketing. And you see that the latest visit, so if you search the customer latest lately, so for 1 month or for 3 months, for example, this person visited our cafe very frequently 2 months ago, but now it is not. Maybe this company moved to another place, or the customer moved to another cafe because the new cafe was opened next to us. So you can intuitively understand why this kind of phenomena takes place. So, because you know that the certain customer likes certain beverage, but this person is no longer visiting us, and turns out that the new shop, a new cafe, provides a better beverage. So for certain, the cafe owner think that this customer someday his or she is coming back. That's very passive attitude. But if you see this data and then see what happened, in that case you can make a certain strategy to make them come back. For example, welcome gift or welcome point and welcome service. Those who are coming back, you can reward it so that secure your regulars. So these are the precious information that you get the insight and also create certain response in terms of strategy. There are information by age, by gender, and also by region. So if it is a really good program, this kind of information is very much segmented. For us, this much the detail is enough. But if you need more detailed information, you can also purchase a better program. Also, this kind of program can be converted into the application so that you can look at the Apple and the application and then see and then handle the data in your own way. So how you can use this data is very critical. Sometimes you can consider the information like the weather here, like the calendar function. I really want to put the calendar function with the weather prediction. So when you are learning the business, sometimes rainy days, you don't have many customers. So sometimes you get angry with fewer customers due to the weather. And takeout stores are not doing well in during the rainy days. So you can see what that happens through the data. If customer came to your cafe even in the rainy days, in that case, this customer is a really regular customer and genuine customer. So sometimes these business owners think that, okay, this is rainy day, we don't have many customers. In that case, we can provide a 1+1 or the additional Americano for the customers who are coming in during the rainy days. So if in that case, customers may come to this cafe during the rainy days and or come with their friends. So I really want to put the weather data, weather in this point program. In that case, we can have a very significant data, statistically significant data from this program. So how you can make the best use of it? I mean, from this data, you get the genuine value and information about your customer. And so you need to find which data is required for your business. I believe that this program is very useful or easy for the beginners. In the first line, new member, the cancelled member, those are all available in this slide. So you just click that and then see how many people entered your cafe annually or how many people leave your cafe recently. So some people think that they are very much difficult to understand the system. In that case, you need to just stick to the basic system function, which doesn't require a defined manipulation. Here at the bottom, there is the target selection. It is a very specified dropping down of the information. For example, I want to find the customer, woman customer in 20s and visit more than 3 times during the 3 months, and then how many times this customer use their points. So I think that's the kind of definition that I have for my cafe as the genuine and regular customer. And if I define the regular customers like this, and this will be used as a marketing strategy for promotional events or the coupons or gifts. And also this points program is very good for you to find out which beverage is popular and sold well. For example, 20s female customer like non-coffee very much in our cafe. So in that case, you can also get sort of a motivation to create a popular beverage to appeal the customers. And also this, if you have this kind of appealing beverage, you get started a certain promotional event. Let me show you this. This one is kind of promotional event and message that customer can receive. So this customer likes the non-coffee beverage, and you create a certain popular non-coffee beverage, and then sort out this customer and send this message to the targeted customer. Just sending random customer is sort of a waste of money because sometimes you need to pay per message. But if you select the targeted customers,
한번 보내는데도 15만 원인가요?
in that case,
15만 원이면 너무 아깝잖아요.
you will
150만 원인가?
save a lot of money.
그거 엄청 아깝잖아요. 그 비용이.
So you don't have to spend the redundant money.
아까 DB 마케팅
You need to send this kind of promotion to the people you can appeal. So DB marketing, the key and essential point of DB marketing is that
그래서 여러분들은
tailored and customized marketing.
저장을 하고
So how you can store the data, how you can select and draw the precious data, and how you can get insight and make the best use of that insight. Those are the key elements, key parts of this database marketing.
말씀을 드렸지만
As I told you before,
이런 거 어떻게 해요?
many business owners and cafe owners think that it is too much for their business, but it is not.
그리고 내가 관심이 좀 덜했어요.
You don't know about this program, and you are not were not interested in this program. But turns out that it's easy, and also for you, it is very useful.
7년 전에 하던 이런 쿠폰 마케팅
And the coupon stamp coupon, yes, you can do it. It was though it was very popular 7 years ago. Sometimes stamp coupon was very effective because those who are bring their stamp coupon with them, they are really good customers to you. However, I believe that this program has been well advanced, well upgraded from this stamp coupon. And also, when you accumulate point in the cafe, what kind of information you enter? Remember what kind of information you enter? Yes, you simply input the phone number. So in this program, what you know about the customer is their phone number. So A customers and his or her mobile phone and cell phone number. But if you have an application, this application requires this subscription. So when you subscribe to a certain app, you need to enter the information such as your residence address and a company name. Those are very detailed information. The key to database is they collecting as much information as possible in a storage. And those, the big data becomes information. So just simply put the name and contact address as not very much precious. Rather, there will be additional information such as their residence and the company name. Those will be very precious for your business. And also post exhibits the sales and revenue data. Have you ever seen them? Please look into them closely. When you look at the post, you will see a lot of data is available. So what is the peak time? And also what is the peak menu? Those are available in the post. Even the peak day out of the week is available. So you need to keep analyzing those kind of data. Sometimes the program is available to even give you the insight. So this program allows you to see all those insights by clicking.
나가서 더 깊게 생각한다는 건 여러분들이 이 문구 만드는 것도
What about the phrases and sentences displaying in the message? You need to also consider those messages with caution. Sometimes business owners put the emoticon when they send the text message, particularly for 20s and 30s and teenagers. If you use a kind of trendy phrases or and many the fashionable emoticons, if you put all of this, that will be very appealing to those younger generation. And
괜찮겠다라고 판단이 되시면
I want you to introduce this kind of program as early as possible, and also do certain TV marketing on your own. So the key to increase your revenue is to secure the regulars. So in order to be successful in your cafe business, you need to make sure that the customer come into your market, come into your cafe. When you open your cafe, how you can make them enter your cafe. First is interior and exterior. So your cafe is the one that people want to enter and come in. And after they come in, they will drink something. So in that case, the drink should be tasty. And then price. This interior and this taste, but price is high, is not very much balanced. So everything should be in balance. Good interior and good coffee and beverage and the reasonable price. Those are the good combination to your success. And after then, that's not the end. After then, you need to make this customer come back. So if you make this customer satisfied, you need to make them visit again. Maybe you should move their minds. What is the way to move their mind? So you need to find the customer and then draw them with your appealing point. Sometimes I feel very frustrated that business owners are doing nothing when there's no customer comes in. Just they think that our cafe is good, our coffee is tasty, why there's no customer? Just they kind of frustrated, but stop being frustrated and try to do something. So when you look at the swan, the surface, on the surface, swan looks very gracious, but below the water, the swan is moving its feet very quickly. So that's the same thing. If you are running a Grace business, Grace Cafe, you're also doing something. You need to busy attracting customers. And also you need to find your competition, your neighborhood, and try to draw and attract customers diverted from the new cafe and competition. So if you can increase your customer by 5%, that'll be okay. If 5 people coming into your cafe, it's good. So only 3,000 won, $3. You can spend to draw and attract the 5 customers. You already, your revenue already outperform your expenses. So in the past, we send the direct DM or a lot of messages. Their success target is the 2% or 3%. That's a success, the percentage, 2.3%. If they reach that percent, they said it is successful. But for cafe, it's not difficult to reach 5%. So I believe that using the TV marketing, you can attract more people. So you draw the 5 people, and those 5 customers purchase Americano at the price of 3,000, so that you already reached the 15,000 won. I warn you that you please do not give over the estimated goals, or please have a moderate goal or percent of your success. This is all I prepare, and I would like to wrap up my presentation here. I would like to definitely say that you can be very successful. I am providing this kind of lecture
너무 답답해요.
in YouTube as
할 수
well.
있는데 그리고
Why is that? Because I feel very sorry that many people do not have a idea or knowledge about this kind of simple and easy tool.
받아들이는 이유는 유튜브에서는 뭐 10분 이상 넘어가면 다들 막 싫어하잖아요.
So in YouTube, my lecture spans more than 10 minutes. People stop watching it. But in this lecture, I can tell you more. And also at the end of lecture, maybe I can receive certain questions and to explain more. So I think this conference is really good.
뭐 지금 나왔죠. 지금 뭐
So though it is a COVID situation, I'm here to make a certain contact and connection with you.
뭐 그런 건데 어쨌든 여러분들 뭐 하고 계신 분들은
So those who are in the business, please make a sound and profound success. And also those who are preparing to run a cafe, please keep those kind of information and sure to apply. I'm telling you again and again, this is not a complicating idea. This is very simple and one-dimensional tool that you can use. So this is all I have for this presentation. But now I'm going to receive some questions from the audience. If you have a question, please feel free to ask. No question? So we received one question from YouTube. Can I ask you? We do not have any question from the floor, but we received a question from YouTube. Please answer to this question. First question is, so in the SNS event, it is not easy to figure out the customer information. How you can figure out and get the data information through SNS? When you say SNS and social media, it's Instagram. If it is Instagram, you need to get kind of application or applying for the certain event via DM. So for us, we also earned our customer information through the DM in the Instagram. So, and also when you use your social media for promotion event, you need to connect this to the O2O business. So the promotion events takes place in online, but you need to throw them into the offline business, offline shop, cafe. And also social media is all about the making relationship or networking. So this relationship and networking should be connected to through the DM. So, and also another question is about how we can naturally, create, receive a DM. DM, I believe that if you want to send a DM, you need to have a very familiar message in the DM. So those who are sending the DM, please keep that in mind. Then you need to be very much close to those who receive this DM. So it should not be a very strict conversation. But some of the cafe owners said I'm not very much doing well in this kind of conversation. So I want you to say, I want you to learn how to be familiarized with this DM. And the second question is, so every data belongs to the program vendors. So cafe owners can make the best use of data for the marketing purpose. It's not illegal. You can use this. So you can just send the DM message by using this data, but that's why the data is stored in the server, which belongs to the program vendor. So, but you still use this for the promotional event. So please make sure that this data is can be used by you. And this is all about the last session of today's conference. So please give him a big round of applause for this wonderful presentation. So today we have a diversified programs. Now it's closing time. So I hope this information is useful to you. Tomorrow there is another the joy and pleasure of the information. So next day, Saturday, 17th of July, we have a session about the coffee penetration in different markets worldwide from a hotelier and coffee shop owner point of view, and also the community branding strategy, as well as machine grinder and coffee taste. So tomorrow is the last day of this conference and expo. So 2021 Seoul Coffee Expo is providing the free entry and free exhibition. So tomorrow is a Saturday and weekends. So please come to this the expo and enjoy the conference as well as information you need. So now I'm going to wrap up today's conference. Thank you very much for staying with us until the end. Thank you.